So we only have 12 minutes in between speakers. So if you can keep your talk to like the 10-minute range, that way we can have time for a question as we're transitioning between speakers. Is there a trick to getting this to advance, Kalila? No. Whoever presents first. Is there a trick to advancing slides for presenters? Cool. Is there also like a laser pointer in the top button? Like this? Oh, there it is. That's crazy. All right. Yeah, so presenters, you can advance your slides with this. If you hold the top button down, it works as a laser pointer somehow. I'll let you figure it out. Yeah, and that's it in terms of intro. Our first speaker, though, is remote, and Hugo Lambert will talk about measuring differences between climate model land surface simulations and FlexNet observations.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? I will try sharing my screen now. Oh, I can't share it because someone else is.
We can hear you, but we're not seeing your screen quite yet. Hang on a second.
Okay, no, don't worry. I'm working on it. I can now share. Can you see that?
Nope, not quite yet. Hang on.
Give it 2 seconds.
We can see it.
You can see it? You can see it online, not in the
room. In the room, we're working on some of the details. There we go.
Great. You got it? Cool. Otherwise, I can just tell you to advance if you want.
Nope, we're good. Go ahead, Hugo.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody, I guess. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Hugo Lambert from the University of Exeter. It should be said up front that I'm not a land surface scientist. And so I might make some mistakes, but I've been lucky to work with some excellent land surface scientists, and I hope at least I'm learning something. So I want to talk about measuring the differences between climate model land surface simulation parameterizations and FluxNet. Thanks, first of all, to my collaborators at the University of Washington, Ben Buchavecki, Abigail Swan, and Claire Zarakis, and at home in Exeter with Manisha Natchar, also Charlie Coven at LBL. Big thanks to Help with Data from Gabor Branwitz and Ben Booth, and Anna Ruckler, and also to Anna for some really nice help with understanding the results. Thanks to the Science and Technology Facilities Council and the Leave Hume Trust for support. Okay, so observations, particularly FluxNet observations, are confusing. And land surface model or any other parameterizations in models are also confusing, and they're all different from each other and written in different ways. And what I would really like to be able to do is write all these things down in the same language so I can compare them to each other. And so what that really requires doing is getting all the inputs to your parameterization or your observations, and all of the outputs your parameterization produces, and in the middle you've got this mystery process, and you're going to try and probe it by the relationship between the outputs and the inputs. So the standard thing you might do is some kind of principal component analysis on your outputs and inputs. So if you don't know what that means, it means finding shapes in the data, patterns, which are most representative of the things which are going on in your big complex data set. So, for example, over land or something, you might have, as the relative humidity tends to increase over tropical land, you tend to get more rainfall. So you might as well consider those two things at the same time in order to understand what's going on, and also because you can't separate their influences. But the problem with that, so you do that, and then you throw away, the idea is you find the big patterns, and then you've also got small patterns, and you throw away the small patterns, and then you hope to look at the important stuff and understand what's going on. But it doesn't always work, because you're interested in those big patterns in the output, which are the things your land surface model is trying to simulate. But those might be controlled not by the big input patterns, but potentially by small input patterns. So you don't want to throw those away. So in fact, what I suggest you do is do a quick regression model. So you write y equals x beta, where beta are the regression coefficients you would have learned about in high school. And then instead of doing principal components on the inputs, you do principal components on the inputs weighted by the regression coefficients, which tells you which part of the inputs are the most important bit. And you do PCA on that, and then you get an output data set, which is your most important outputs, and an input data set, which is the inputs, which you're hoping the linear sensor controlling those, and then you can look at the relationship between those, and then hopefully you can understand what's going on. So that's the idea. That's not how you do the calculations. By the way, it's more complicated. You need to read about it in my paper. So the specific problem is tropical FluxNet sites. So I'm sure you know more about these than me, but basically towers where turbulent fluxes and also meteorological measurements are taken. There are 26 in the tropics. I've also got AMIT data, CESM2 land surface physics ensemble done by Claire Zarakis, and a HADCM3 one done by Ben Booth at the Met Office. And what I'm going to imagine is I've got outputs of things which I'm interested in simulating, which are the turbulent fluxes, latent heat, sensible heat, and surface temperature, and then inputs, which are the downward relative fluxes into the models, near surface relative humidity, which is slightly problematic, don't have time to talk about that, and then precipitation and wind speed. And then the way that these outputs and inputs are related tells me something about how my parameterization or indeed my real world is working. And then after you found those differences, you want to ask if it actually matters, for example, that your model is different from your observations. So in the tropics, there's more going on than this, but let's simplify things as much as possible. Basically, two things happen in the observations, in the FluxNet observations. You've got V1, which is the so-called tropical anti-correlation, which is fairly classic. Basically, latent heat increasing as sensible heat decreases. Essentially, as this one increases, you go from deserts to rainforests. And then you've got V2, which is essentially as everything gets warmer, you just get more turbulent fluxes, more latent heat, more sensible. And those are V1 and V2 are controlled by U1 and U2. U1 is increasing radiation downwards. And U2 is a sort of wet environment shape where you've got increasing relative humidity and precipitation, less shortwave, presumably because of cloud cover going on. So those are the two main input patterns that control the two main outputs that we see in the tropics. And so looking at V1, we can ask, what do the linear models look like? So what do those regression coefficients look like across the range of AMIT models, CESM, perturbed physics ensemble, HADCM3, and FluxNet? And some interesting things to note are that actually models disagree quite extensively about how all these things work. And most of all, they tend to show a negative response, while FluxNet shows a positive response to U1. In other words, as relative fluxes increase, they have a tendency to produce more sensible heat rather than latent heat, and FluxNet is doing the opposite. And so big thanks to Anna Ockler for telling me that this is something which they have seen in the FluxNet data. But maybe the interesting thing is that rather than this being because of too much precipitation, it appears in our analysis that the difference is because of the functioning of the model itself. So our CESM land surface, for example, is being forced by enough rainfall. It's just that it isn't producing enough latent heat and too much sensible heat in response to that. We also have our other variable V2, which is essentially saying that as you get more relative flux, you get more higher temperature and more turbulent fluxes. Models represent that a lot better, which is indicated here by the fact that all of our points are much closer together. So I should just mega quickly highlight, you're probably most interested in the CESM perturbed physics ensemble. So those are the black crosses. So CESM has been pushed, the land surface model has been pushed into as far as it can be, and with different parameter values, and you can see that it doesn't actually, it's not able to replicate all the things that AMIT does, and it's not able to get to where FluxNet is. So you may not believe FluxNet or AMIT, but the model is not able to produce all those behaviors. Another thing we might ask is we don't have a lot of FluxNet data. Well, all the analysis I'm showing you is at the FluxNet sites only. So in other words, the models have all been masked, so we're only looking at the FluxNet sites so we can make as best like-for-like comparisons properly as possible. What about if we only had half the FluxNet sites? Well, if I took 13 at random and kept choosing them, we can see what happens. So for each coloured group here, the top left, the green ones are what happens with GIS-E2. At the bottom is the CESM2 standard model, and on the right is FluxNet. And you can see that if you chose basically a random point from each of those three coloured groups, we'd probably be having the same conversation. In other words, if we only had 13 FluxNet sites, I'd probably be standing here saying, well, you know, basically FluxNet is showing a positive response to U1, and the models are showing a negative response. I suppose then I'd be forced to look at 7 FluxNet sites instead of 13 as my half or 6, and then I'd have a bigger spread. Okay, so just quickly then, what about if we do a little bit of non-linear modeling? So one of the other things we might ask is, well, we might use FluxNet to constrain the response of a land surface model at the FluxNet sites. But as you will well know, I'm sure, FluxNet sites are not everywhere, and they therefore don't cover all possible inputs that might go into a land surface model. So if we look at this plot, this is V2 first because it's a bit easier. Well, starting at the top, you've got CESM2. The green shading, that's the place in the input space, so U1 on the x-axis and U2 on the y-axis, that's where it goes. And the darker the green, the more often it goes there. Now, if you said, aha, but you can only analyze at FluxNet sites, then you're trapped inside the blue contour. Now, the solid lines that you see, that's a Gaussian process, so fairly kind of gently curvy model, a Gaussian process representation of of a fit, a Gaussian process fit to all of the data, so all the green points. But if I'm only allowed to know where FluxNet is going on, I've got the strap lines instead, the dashed lines, and it does quite well. And similarly in GIS-E2 at the bottom. But if I look at V1, then I see something a little bit different. If we're in CSM2 world for V1 at top right, then it's not too bad for V1. The solid contours and the dashed contours definitely show some agreement. But if we go to the GIS world, and again, I don't know if people believe that in this room, but in the GIS world, essentially, if we try to use FluxNet for the FluxNet sites to learn about GIS, then we're going to get it wrong, right? Because we're not able to represent in this naive statistical model, and it's not able to tell you what is happening away from the FluxNet sites. Equally, you might be interested in what happens to climate change. So how good are these non-linear models at predicting climate change? So this is now back into the variables. I'll show you GIS-E2 very quickly first. Back into the real variables, latent heat, sensible heat, temperature. Well, if you know everything, so the perturbed plus 4K emit climate and the control climate, then you're quite good at representing latent heat, sensible heat, temperature. If you're only allowed to know what happens at FluxNet sites, it gets quite a lot worse. We see the biases in the mean, by the way, in the bottom panels. They're grid points up top. But so that's interesting. But if you say, well, what about if you replace the GIS model with what FluxNet says? Well, in that case, what you tend to see is still actually something which is not entirely out of agreement, but basically always this move in GIS towards lower values of sensible heat, latent heat, and temperature. In CSM2, actually things work rather better. So the difference between the yellow and the blue points at the bottom, that's basically how biased you are when you only know about FluxNet. It's not too bad. And again, but if we switch in CSM2 world to the statistical model derived from FluxNet, then we also see changes. So again, you'll see reductions in temperature and sensible heat and increases in latent heat change into a plus 4K future. And actually, if you go back and look at the V1 and V2, which are the variables I fitted, they're quite consistent in the way they behave in CSM and GIS, but because of the differences in degree, you actually get slightly different changes in latent heat and sensible heat. But I don't really want to make a big thing of that. What I want to say is that I think you can learn something from FluxNet about what's useful for land surface models, both at the sites. We could, if you believe FluxNet, you could think about making some changes. And secondly, that using these empirical models could potentially give us an argument to say that there's enough of an effect here that it's worth thinking about for climate change. And if you make changes for your model based on climate change, it is going to change things. But this is only an empirical analysis. So very quickly, I wrote down FluxNet and GTMs in terms of the same variables. We've got these two responses, V1 and V2, which you can look at. They're uncorrelated with each other. It's totally unambiguous what they're doing when you look at all the data. And clearly there's deficiencies in their statistical representation. But stats modeling suggests that a FluxNet like land surface might do different things for turbulent fluxes. So thanks very much. I'll stop there.
Thanks, Hugo. I think in the interest of time, we should probably move on. Sorry, there's no time for questions. Yep. So our next speaker will be Adriana Foster, who's going to be talking about FATES calibration and data challenges.
Thanks. Okay. Oh, great. Thanks. Okay. Yeah. So just to get a quick overview, those of you who don't know what FATES is yet, it's a cohort-specific vegetation model that operates inside of a land surface model like CLM. So instead of the regular version, big leaf version of CLM, where it just thinks, you know, kind of a big box of carbon. We have lots of little boxes of carbon of different heights. So it's a cohort specific model. The plants are divided up into cohorts of similar size and PFT. And so we're doing 30-minute photosynthesis and other fluxes, and then daily growth and allocation. Okay. And so that's maybe understandably very hard. We've been finding it hard to calibrate. And so we've come up, well, mostly Rosie and the other LBNL collaborators have come up with these complexity modes. So like Big Leaf, we have satellite phenology mode where we've got one cohort on a patch. We're driving the model with LAI. No competition, where we've turned back on some of this growth and disturbance, but the PFTs are on their own patch, so there's no competition. Prescribed biogeography, where only some PFTs are allowed, but they can compete with each other, and then full fates, where kind of all the training wheels are off. And so this is in service of this calibration cascade, where we start in SP mode and calibrate some biophysical parameters, and then we use those posterior distributions of parameters to calibrate in subsequent complexity modes. And I have been starting in SP mode. I've actually been working globally, and that's been going pretty well. Here's just looking at, so that dashed red line is the sort of default global mean GPP. Over here are all the observational means. So it was pretty high GPP bias. After some calibration, the new kind of ensemble that I ran is here, and the mean is the new mean is here, splash dash line. So you can see that the previous default CTSM fates a pretty high GPP bias. We fixed it, though there's some weirdness going on with mostly C4 grasses in the tropics that I'm still working on fixing. And so another part of the calibration is we're calibrating at single point sites. So the hope is that we kind of do global calibration, single point, meet in the middle. And the neon sampling design provides like a lot of really nice data sources for benchmarking and model assimilation. So yeah, tons of data products. So here it says 182 products from 81 sites. So this is kind of what I'm going to show is just kind of scratching the surface of what's available. And I'm going to focus on AOP data, which is this aerial remote sensing data, forest inventory data, and flux tower observations. And there are a ton of sites, terrestrial sites. There's also aquatic sites, but I'm focusing on terrestrial, and I'm actually starting at Bona, which is a site in interior Alaska. And so, yes, I'm doing SP calibration at neon sites. And so in SP mode, it's driven by PFT composition, so percent cover, canopy height, top and bottom, and LAI and SAI. And so I wanted to use the neon data to prescribe this data so that we're really capturing what's going on at the surface at these neon sites. And for that, I'm using a combination of inventory data and the AOP data. Here again, I'm just going to show results at Bonanza Creek in interior Alaska. So you can see it's mostly this kind of scrubby black spruce site, but in the distance, you can see it kind of blends into this upland aspen site. Okay, so for percent cover or PFT composition, maybe we can use the inventory data. So here, these boxes are the inventory plots, and this area is the tower footprint. So if we're going to be comparing the output to the tower, I would really want our data that we're driving the model with to be within the tower. And so these boxes are colored by proportion of spruce. And so really the boxes as a whole don't really cover the actual, it's not really representative of the tower footprint. Yeah, those are inventory plots. And then this also doesn't cover any non-woody vegetation. So what what I came up with, my current protocol is to use a combination of the NDVI, which Neon provides, and canopy height. So NDVI, anything greater than 0.5, where I'm going to say is vegetated. And for the canopy height, anything greater than 0.5 meters is potentially woody vegetation. You combine that and you get non-vegetated woody vegetation and non-woody vegetation. So for the non-woody vegetation right now, because I don't really have any good ground truth data, I'm going to assume that the relative proportion of C3 and C4 grass is on the surface data is correct, and we're just going to scale that based on the non-woody vegetation proportion. And then for the woody vegetation, I'm going to use the other AOP data to classify trees inside this tower footprint. So for tree classification, I'm using this neon AOP. So they have hyperspectral and LiDAR data. Here you can see an example of some LiDAR point cloud over a Bonanza Creek. And then this is just looking at red, blue, green channel for some hyperspectral data. So we can do tree delineation of the LiDAR point clouds. We get lots of trees. We can then train some classification models with the hyperspectral data and inventory data, because they do tag the inventory data. So we know what trees are there and where they are. So we can find those in the hyperspectral data and create a machine learning model. So here's the one I built for this site. It's got 92% accuracy. And the most important wavebands tend to be in the visible. Right, so we've applied the classification. Here are spruce trees in blue. Here's our aspen, upland aspen in yellow. And actually, once we move on to other complexity modes, we can then use these trees to initialize the model for like no competition mode. And yeah, so I'm just saying like, this makes sense. Here's our scrubby black spruce leading into the aspen. And so here's the update. All this was just to update the PFT percentage. And so the original is on the left, the updated is on the right. It's not that different, but we do have fewer shrubs. And then for canopy height, top and bottom, I'm using the LiDAR data. The one thing that I've noticed about this LiDAR data is that it is pretty sparse. So this is just looking at a transect. But it's okay at getting both the canopy height here and the canopy bottom. So what I did for this was I categorized these into quantiles. And then when you can find the biggest difference between one quantile and the other, the first one, I'm assuming that's the canopy bottom. And these quantiles are counts of the point cloud density. Okay, so LAI and SAI proved to be the most difficult. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to calculate LAI from the LiDAR data. Turns out it's not really very feasible with aerial LiDAR unless you have some kind of truth that you already know. But fortunately, Neon does provide an LAI product that's actually based on the hyperspectral data. So it's kind of close to like an NDVI product, but it's LAI. And so I'm using that instead. The downside is that it's still only one value per year, where we need a whole monthly sequence. And so I'm using PhenoCam to scale, take the peak LAI from this, which they say this is the peak greenness, and then just scale it with the PhenoCam data. Okay, so now we've got LAI updates to the surface data set. Here's the original. So the black spruce in blue came way down. Most of the LAI came way down. It is a pretty scrubby site. Okay, so right away, the blue is the default fates run at Bonanza Creek. The black is the updated. So this is GPP. GPP came way down, which makes sense as our LAI came down. And then we can look at the comparison to red neon observations. So already we're doing better, I guess. You might notice that the neon observations I find pretty noisy. Let's just take a look at those. So this is neon mean daily GPP from 2018 through 2022. Like, what's going on here? In 2019, it peaks in like September. So yeah, I don't know. 2021 and 2020 seem to be better. And then we can take a look at, and actually this is gap filled up at the top. This is gap filled GPP. This is, I don't know, we don't have gap filled sensible heat or latent flux. So we've got these huge gaps in our data, which is not great if we're trying to calibrate. So yeah, the plan would be to use a Latin hypercube ensemble. And I did do that. So I ran with the updated surface data set, I ran a 500 member Latin hypercube ensemble with 16 parameters. And then we can use an emulator to fill in the space like we've done in the past, or like I did in the past with the global model. So here's our Latin hypercube ensemble spread. And then here's the observations. And so here's when I kind of came to, I don't know, I didn't really know what to do. My plan was to do like try to calibrate over time, get each time point, lay them up and get the emulator to actually predict GPP over time. But I don't think that's really good to do with this such noisy data. So right now what I'm doing is using the sum GPP and then seasonal slopes, which is, I am getting, this is the emulator validation here. So emulated GPP slope in the fall, and then Fate's GPP slope in the fall. So we're doing it for the emulator is doing a pretty good job at predicting that. And then here's the GPP slope in the summer for that Latin hypercube. And then here are observations. So we can definitely find using history matching the parameters that best fit that. But I guess my question right now is, should I be doing this? So, you know, we're driving the model with LAI. And as you saw, it's very sensitive to LAI and SP mode. And I'm driving it with LAI data that's from one point in time scaled to phenocam data. There's only one camera on this site. So is that good to do? And then I'm comparing it to what I would say is pretty noisy data. So that's kind of where I am now. Yeah, and I'd love any feedback. So thank you.
You have a quick question? Do you have a question?
Might ask one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of given these sparse data, it seems like even at really well instrumented sites, maybe your hands are somewhat tied, but can't you can add, like, you can kind of add some confidence to the observation, like your confidence around the observations could maybe be used in simulation.
Yeah, so I mean, that is baked in, well, that can be baked into your plausibility score. So it has to do with both the difference from observations and your confidence in those observations. But I worry that if our confidence is so low that we're not going to be able to constrain our parameter space very much, because if our, so that is a worry that I have. Yeah. So I guess one solution would be to just skip SP mode, because then we wouldn't be driving it. We would at least wouldn't be driving it with noisy data. We would just be comparing it to noisy data, which is maybe better. But yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up. Oh, good. It's Linnea. Good. Linnea's going to talk more about parameter calibration work, and that advances. And that's your laser pointer, if you hold it down.
Okay. Yeah, so this is a great follow-up to Adriana's talk. I'm continuing to talk about tuning, but we're working on tuning CLM globally. And this is work that I can't emphasize how much Daniel and Katie have contributed to these slides. So it's a big project, a lot of community input. And today I'm going to share some of the insights and challenges we've seen along the way as we've tried to tune LAI in CLM. So the overarching goal here of this project is to constrain the parametric uncertainty. And Dave spoke about this morning, but the land carbon sink uncertainty due to parameters only by the end of the 21st century is on the same order of magnitude as the spread across CMIP6 models. And our theory is that if we can introduce these observational constraints during the modern satellite era, we'll be able to constrain our parametric uncertainty by the end of the century. And the approach we're taking to do this is called history matching, generate a perturbed parameter ensemble, train a machine learning emulator to fill in that sparse ensemble, and then introduce observational constraints and constrain our parameter posteriors. We then loop through this process by resampling from the posteriors and generating additional ensemble members, updating our emulator, introducing additional observational constraints, etc. And I'm going to refer to each loop through this cycle as a wave, as is done in the literature. So one of the first challenges we had is that since we're working with the land model, we have many plant functional types, and some parameters have unique values for each plant functional type. And we think it's really going to be key to be able to tune those PFT parameters independently in order to get good spatial representation, to be able to tune the Arctic and the tropics well. And so we've been working on developing a method to be able to tune PFT parameters independently. One of the challenges, though, is that if we treat each PFT parameter independently, it's increases the number of free parameters we have by a significant amount, making this a computationally infeasible problem. It would just require too large of ensembles to be possible. And then the other challenge is that we can't just tune any individual PFT on its own because there's strong interactions between what I'm calling universal parameters and the PFT parameters. So the objective of this first iteration of history matching was to develop a method where we can tune these PFT parameters independently while retaining the interactions between the universal and PFT parameters. Our approach to doing this was to use an ensemble of emulators where we train a unique emulator for each plant functional type. And we found that we also needed to further disaggregate that to the climatic zones or the biomes that those PFTs live in. So now I have a grid of emulators. There's about 45 of them, one for each PFT in each climate zone. And we found that this disaggregation has really helped to improve our emulator performance because you're retaining that physical relationship between what the input parameter is and the species and the climate that you're trying to simulate. So anything blue and green here is a good indicates that we have good predictive skill in our emulators. Quick sidebar, just to say what I mean by emulator, because this word gets used in many different ways in machine learning. Any function of the input parameter settings that maps you to some output of CLM, any variable, in our case, it's leaf area, I'm going to refer to as an emulator. We're using Gaussian processes, which are commonly used for history matching. Okay, so now that we've kind of worked through the challenges of dealing with PFT parameters, we're ready to apply this history matching methodology. And we're just looking at one variable, leaf area, to start with, to test the method. We've been through 3 waves of history matching, each generating a 500 member ensemble. I'm not going to go into the details here for time, but in the first wave, the spread in LAI was quite large. And you see with each consecutive wave, we're honing in on the observational target, which is the black solid line. This is just for one ecoregion, but a similar thing is happening for all ecoregions. Really, the goal of this history matching approach is twofold. One, to quantify uncertainty, but second of all is to build a really robust ensemble of emulators that we can use for calibration. So we want to ensure that our emulators are improving throughout this process. And here on the left is the emulator validation for our ensemble of emulators. There's the 45, and we see that by the 3rd wave, we have pretty high predictive skill with this ensemble of emulators. And importantly, also, a Gaussian process emulator gives you an estimate of its uncertainty in the prediction that it gives you. And so we also want to ensure that with each wave, we're reducing the emulator uncertainty. And we're seeing that to some degree here on the right by wave 3, there's low uncertainty, but we'd like that to increase quicker with each wave. Okay, so now that we have this robust emulation ensemble of emulators, we can perform calibration. This is just one example where I'm showing the default bias in leaf area index for the default version of CLM BGC on the left and our tuned version of CLM on the right. And I think there's 2 encouraging things here. One, we are reducing these biases, but B, there's also, we're getting pretty even spatial reduction in the biases. We're not just reducing a high bias in the tropics, for example. So this is useful and interesting, but I think, coming back to the main objective here is we also want to be able to constrain our parametric uncertainty. And here I'm showing the global mean leaf area for each wave and the observational data, that squiggly line, black line. And by the end, during the observational period, we're seeing that our 3rd wave is well within the observational target, or nearly within the observational tolerance that we've set. So we've applied our LAI constraint, but we haven't constrained our parametric uncertainty in the cumulative land sink. And this is something that Daniel's shown, and it's an expectation that we've had from the start, but it just is nice to illustrate that we'll need to add additional observational constraints moving forward in order to constrain our parametric uncertainty in land carbon uptake. But I also wanted to illustrate that this history matching approach will result in an ensemble of all equally plausible parameterizations of the model where we can use that ensemble to more formally quantify this parametric uncertainty. Okay, so that's it. Just to summarize some of the insights we've had is that it's been really beneficial to use this ensemble of emulators approach, and we think this is going to be useful for tuning PFT specific parameters moving forward. We'd like to start emulating higher order metrics, seasonality or trend, or Adriana illustrated the slopes of the seasonality. I think that's a really interesting metric we could start to incorporate. We're moving towards applying this approach for tuning CLM6 with introducing additional observational constraints. But looking forward, we also want to build this out as tools that don't just get used at the end of the model development process. Like right before we go to release a model, we have this tuning tool. We want to build tools that we can use throughout the development process. You may bring in a new process representation or a new parameterization, and you want to quickly be able to tune the model to this new component or a specific region or a targeted application. I think these tools moving forward will be really beneficial as we're thinking towards actionable science as well. So that's it for me. I'll take questions if there's time.
It's less stressful.
Yeah, that's really cool. It must be really satisfying to see like the map of LAI bias change. But I did notice that there are a couple blobs that look like they didn't change at all. Are those just places where you weren't able to find grid cells that are good for sampling, or like what's going on there?
Yeah. There's a bunch of reasons that there are still those errors. One is our sparse grid and remapping that back. Two, we didn't tune crops at all. I just left the PFT 15 and 16 alone. So that's something we're going to have to start thinking about. And then our observational products in some of these regions have more or less, have higher amounts of uncertainty. And so you can only tune within an observational uncertainty constraint. And there's many other things as well. I'll make a list for you.
Did you look at other outputs of your LAI tune? So like did like latent heat look terrible after? That's what I was worried about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have only looked at GPP and they seem to be improving LAI does improve GPP in the model, which is good. I'm sure we're messing other things up during this tuning. And so we need to think holistically and make sure we're not just calibrating one thing. We need to make sure we're not messing other things up as well. So much more work to do there.
There was one more. Great. Next, Shuli, and I don't know if Shuli's here or.
Yes, I'm here, Will.
You're speaking from the corner. Great. Shuli, can you share your slides?
Yes. Okay, I need okay, you can't share screen while the other person is sharing. Okay, let me just share it again. Okay.
All right, we're switching it on our end, Shuli.
Okay, so can you see my slide right now?
Yeah, now we're seeing it. It's not in presenter view. Yep, now it is.
Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi everyone. Today I'm going to share some of work on assimilating stuff and the SWE into CRM using Dart, trying to improve GPP over the high mountainous areas in the Western United States. So as far as we know, most forests in the Western United States are located in the mountainous areas, and they have great potential for both carbon uptake and carbon storage. And we want to improve the GPP estimate from COM over these regions. And we know there are a lot of factors that can impact GPP. For example, leaf nitrogen. Oh my God, sorry, let me just put my later. For example, leaf nitrogen and soil moisture. And we are thinking of whether we can put constraint on leaf nitrogen and soil moisture so that we can improve GPP. And now we have a lot of satellite observations, for example, solar induced fluorescence and other very good greenhouse data products such as the snow water equivalent. And we are thinking of whether we can use the satellites surf data to constrain leaf nitrogen and use the SWE data set to constrain the soil moisture so that it can improve GBP. By doing so, we can answer questions like in which region and at what time GBP sees the largest improvement from using which observation constraint and why. So to do so, we use COM was a safe module developed by Ron Lee from University of Virginia. And we are using DART as a simulation to simulate two observations. The first is the snow dust SWE at daily temporal scale, and the second is a harmonized safe data that developed by Yuson's group at Cornell University. And we are simulating SWE at daily temporal scale and simulating surf at monthly scale. For SWE DA, we need to figure out how we are going to change the snow mass and snow thickness in each snow layer after we see the change of SWE at a column level. And this is actually done by the stone partitioning. And for surf DA, we first get a change of surf and then rely on the correlation between surf and the leaf nitrogen. We get a change of leaf nitrogen. So from here, I'm going to talk about the SWE DA. So there are actually two issues in the SWE DA. One is related to the snow input from atmosphere, and the second is the snow melting scheme in COM. Because spatially, we can't tell from either of them the locations of the high mountains as reflected in the snow dust SWE data. So for example, let's have a look at one great cell in the Cascade Range. So you can see over the entire water year, we hardly see the snow input from atmosphere, and it only snows a little bit in January. And for the snow melt, even if we prescribe a very large SWE, and you can see that the large SWE can quickly melt like within 1 week. So these are two challenges we're faced with, but we are able to generate a very good SWE data product from our simulation run, because we combine two schemes. One is basically generate SWE, and the second is tuning the DA option. And if we look at the regional average of the SWE, what we see is that without simulating SWE, the SWE is almost completely melt off before May. But if we simulate SWE, we are able to keep the SWE to July. So what does this mean for GBP? We've seen a very significant change in SWE. Do we see the same thing for GBP? Answer is no. If we look at the regional average, it tells us this GBP actually changes very, very little. But if we look at the spatial maps, it actually tells us a different story. So in regions where we see the increase of SWE, we see the increase in soil moisture and the decrease in sensible heat. But if we look at the ET, transpiration, and GBP, they actually respond differently, especially. So let's look at the response for GBP. If we take 3 results from 3 different mountainous regions, what we can see is that in all of these 3 results, we see the increase in snow depths and the soil moisture. But GBP have different response. For example, like in Sierra Nevada, in the result from Sierra Nevada, we do see a surge in GBP as an increase of soil moisture. But in North result in the Cascade Range, we actually see a lower GBP in the growing season, starting from the growing season, and the peak is not that high. And in our sort of middle result in the southern Rocky, we kind of see a mixture. At first, the GBP is lower, but the peak also, the season of the month of peak also shifts. So from here, we actually seeing that soil moisture is not a dominating factor for GBP across this region. There are other environmental factors, for example, like temperature, for example, like the surface temperature or the air temperature that we also could change, and that could also impose impact on GBP. So from here, I'm going to talk about the SUF-DA stuff. And first, we want to know if we allow leaf nitrogen to be altered by SUF, whether that changes GBP. The answer is yes. And if we look at the regional, the regional average of SUF, we actually do see a very good match between the surfing RDA and observation. But if we look at the spatial maps of the surf stuff, it actually we actually overcorrected surf in some areas. For example, like Montana and Cascade and a Cascade Range, and we are trying to understand why we overcorrected surf. So this is what happened. This is just one result, and this is what happened in this result. We do see the decrease in leaf carbon and a decrease in GBP, and we know from the equation if the GBP decreases, it will also bring the SUF down too. But also we notice another issue, which is this exceptionally high leaf nitrogen, and we are trying to understand why CLM have this exceptional leaf nitrogen, but leaf carbon still keeps going down. And we are aware of that. If fund is trying to uptake nitrogen, it will cause the carbon to decrease, but we don't fully understand why the leaf nitrogen still can go exceptionally high, and with the changing of the carbon to nitrogen ratio. We're still trying to understand that. And on the other side, which is on the DA side, we are trying to see whether there's something we can do to keep leaf nitrogen not going so high. One thing we noticed that in the winter time, if the SUF changes a little bit, the leaf nitrogen can be altered, to a very large magnitude, and this is probably not reasonable, and this is something that we need to change there. And another thing we are doing on the simulation side is that we are trying to put our maximum bound for leaf nitrogen so that it won't go crazy high. But anyway, this is still kind of going on. And as a summary here, the take-home message is sweet DA does change the seasonality of GBP, though the regional average doesn't change much, and the soil moisture is not only dominating factor that impacts GBP. Other factors such as the temperature could also impact GBP as well. And for SUF-DA, we need to refine the way how leaf nitrogen is impacted by DA, so that we can have effect. We can have a good impact on GBP. So that's the presentation. Thank you.
Great, Shuli. I think maybe in the interest of time, we should move on so we can switch over to Dale's presentation. Is he online?
Yeah, I'm online.
Okay, great.
Let me share my screen.
Great.
Can
That's
you-
wonderful. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me change. Oh, change my. Oh. Hi everyone, I'm Dale Hao from Pacific Northwest National Lab. Today, I would like to share our recent work on representing surface heterogeneity in CESM land model. So, as we know, the land surface is not homogeneous. There are very large spatial variation in land cover, vegetation, and soil, and as well as the topography. So the bottom left figure shows the subgrade structures in CLM and ELM version 1. So from this figure, you can see there are multiple levels from grid cell, land unit, column to patch level. Oh, so besides this, yeah, actually there are also very large topographic distribution in the real world. So recently we developed a global scale high resolution land surface data for land surface modeling based on the latest remote sensing and machine learning based products. Here, the figure shows the spatial patterns of different surface properties within 1 degree by 1 degree grid. You can see here different surface properties. So the different patterns are different, and most of them are very heterogeneous. So based on this very high resolution dataset, we can better represent the land surface heterogeneity when we run land model at a coarse resolution. So, so apart from representing the land cover, vegetation, soil within 1 grid, we also need to consider whether whether the surface heterogeneity can affect the land surface processes. That is also to say, should we develop new parameterization to capture the impacts of the surface heterogeneity? This is, yeah, the answer for the mountain regions is yes, yeah, because the topography can affect the surface energy balance and also lead to the lateral flow from ridge to valleys. Yeah. Besides, the topography can also affect the precipitation temperature at the local regions. Yeah. So, however, currently nearly all assist model do not account for the impacts of the surface topography on the near surface processes. Yeah. So to do this, yeah, we first develop a new parameterization to account for the subgrid topographic effects on short wave radiation. Here, this figure shows the spatial pattern of the sensible heat flux in the original ELM model and the improved ELM model and their difference. Further, we also developed a new model to represent the intergrid cell lateral subsurface flow in ELM. And here, the figure shows the simulated groundwater table depths from the original ELM model, improved ELM model. And here, figure C is reference data. You can see here, without account for this intergrid cell lateral flow, the model will be so very large bias in simulated groundwater table depths. So based on the high resolution surface data set and also the new parameterization in ELM, so currently we have 3 subgrid schemes. One is the original default one, mostly based on the land cover and PFT. The second one is we call it topographic unit, top unit, we first separate one grid cell into different topographic unit. Each top unit has its unique elevation band, slope, and aspect. The third scheme is, currently we can directly run the model at a very high resolution, like 1 kilometer. In such way, the surface heterogeneity can be explicitly represented. So we first do some simulations to quantify, to investigate the difference in the simulation based on these 3 different subgrid structures. This figure shows the their difference for different variables and the different seasons. Yeah, we can focus on panel B. Panel B shows the winter snow cover fraction. Here, the blue color means the difference between default structure and the 1 kilometer simulation run. And the red one is the difference between top unit and the 1 kilometer run. So from this figure, so we can conclude that the top unit show better performance than the original just land cover and PFT based structure. So besides, we also try to use some machine learning methods to build the subgrid structure. So here, specifically, we use the k-means and the NMF with k-means clustering to separate the grid cell into different groups, and without some metrics, and we can determine the optimal subgrid numbers automatically. So one thing is I want to say is, yeah, so for the input data for this clustering, it not only include the surface data set, we also include the ELM output into the clustering. This is because, different surface processes show very different sensitivities to the surface properties. Like the photosynthesis process maybe is more sensitive to the vegetation properties. Yeah. So that is also to mean for different target variable, maybe the optimal subgrid structure will be different. So besides the land only itself, so we also found that the subgrid heterogeneity also can affect the atmospheric boundary layer. However, currently most assist model just share the land information, share the green mean land information to the atmosphere. So here we develop a new subgrid land atmosphere coupling scheme by sharing the land information, not only the mean value, also include the variance of temperature and humidity to the atmosphere. In such way, so the atmosphere can also get the information about the subgrid heterogeneity. Based on this new scheme, we found that the subgrid heterogeneity can affect the atmospheric and cloud dynamics. Here, this figure shows here home is the original scheme, hat is our new scheme. We found that there are some difference in the total precipitation shown by these 2 lines. So we've further found that actually the include the topographic heterogeneity over the tipping plateau region can also show highly connected impacts. Here, the left figures show how the included topographic heterogeneity can affect the local air temperature. But for the precipitation, it do show some significant impacts on the for the East Asia and the South Asia regions. To conclude, yeah, first we developed some new parameterization to account for the subgrid topographic effects on radiation and also the lateral flow. We also quantify how the subgrid configuration can affect the model simulated surface energy balance and also the surface boundary condition. We also try to use some machine learning methods to develop new subgrid schemes. We also developed some new land atmosphere coupling schemes to account for the impacts of the subgrid heterogeneity. We also do the land atmosphere coupled simulation to analyze the regional and teleconnected impacts of the surface heterogeneity. Here is a reference list. That's all I have today. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions, and you can also contact me by this email.
Great. We have time for a question or two for Dale. I have one to start. First off, it's impressive to see you condense all of that into 12 minutes. And I wish you were actually here so we could talk about it in the hallway about some of the details. But I'm kind of curious, like how it wasn't totally clear how you guys were able to take the topography and the PFT distributions and figure out which plants should be growing where.
Yeah,
on
actually,
slopes.
let me share my screen. Oh. Actually, we end one top unit between the grid cell and the land unit level. So we first separated grid cell into different top unit and after under the top unit is land unit, column, and patch level. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we should probably move on.
Thank you.
Jyoti is next. Yes, so this advances and then that's your laser pointer. And you have to hold it down for a minute.
And we'll go back.
That one. Yep. Yep.
Hi, everyone. I am Jyoti. I am a postdoc at Rutgers, and today I'm going to talk about winter wheat and spring wheat in CLM5. So this research is done in collaboration with Narendra Reddy, Lily Shaw, and Ellen Robach. So I'm going to talk about how currently winter and spring wheat is simulated in CLM5. How can we improve it? And even after the improvement, what are the further improvements that we need to even improve the representation? So in CLM5, wheat is differentiated as spring and winter wheat, but currently all wheat is simulated as spring wheat. The reason is not because the parameterization that separates winter wheat from spring wheat is not included. It is included by Yachong et al. But the reason that all wheat is simulated as spring wheat because the information that is needed to distinguish winter wheat from spring wheat is not available in the surface dataset of CLM5. So this is the winter wheat parameterization added by Yacheng et al. And the two processes that differentiate winter wheat from spring wheat are vernalization and frost damage. Vernalization is very important for winter crops. It helps them to survive cold temperatures. And frost damage is quantified as the damage due to the low temperatures. So these two processes differentiate winter wheat compared with the spring wheat. So if you can see, this is the surface data sets that represents winter wheat and spring wheat in CLM5. I'm showing here for rain-fed spring wheat, but when I'm talking about it, I'm also talking about irrigated. So here, figure A and B, they shows how spring wheat is represented in default, and you see there is no data for winter wheat because all winter wheat is merged in spring wheat. To solve this problem, what we did, we basically just took the surface data set for winter wheat and spring wheat from Global Graded Crop Model Intercomparison Project. And if you see figure C and D, they are the new surface data set. And now you see there is winter wheat in figure D because we basically separated winter wheat from the spring wheat. So now, because we have added a surface data set and all the parameterization for winter wheat is already available, we created the 4 simulations for winter wheat and spring wheat using the so this is the old slide, but okay. Okay, so we use we did the simulations from 1991 to 2010, and so we have 2 sets of experiments. One is using the dynamic crop calendar. It just uses, so the dynamic crop calendar is a default crop calendar in CLM5, and it uses some climate-based rules to decide the sowing date and the harvesting date for the crops. And in this set of simulation, we are using default surface data, in which all wheat is simulated as spring wheat, and the modified surface data, where spring wheat and winter wheat are treated as different crops. In the second set of simulations, I'm taking the prescribed crop calendar, which is a new development by Sam Rabin. He's also using the information from GGCMI, and he has added a map which describes sowing dates and harvesting dates, and they are spatially variable. And we are also doing this with the default surface data set and the modified ones. So here in the slide, I'm showing the results from the first set of simulations. And figure A and C are for spring wheat with default map and the modified map, and B and D for winter wheat. So what we found here is the winter wheat yield increased in Eastern USA using the modified map. So in modified map, winter wheat is being simulated as winter wheat. If you talk about Europe, winter wheat yield increased in Eastern Europe, but in Western Europe, the yield decreased. We are using default crop calendars here. So in the sowing date and the harvesting dates are based on some climate-based rules. So the one thing to highlight here is the regional differences in the crop performances. If you see okay, I'll talk about those in upcoming slides. So this is another set of simulations where we are taking the, I'm sorry for the confusion, but I think my slides are not being updated. So this is a bit confusing, but I'll clear it. So this is, don't see the default calendars. We are using the prescribed crop calendars here. So the harvesting date and the sowing date are being prescribed externally. So again, here, if we see winter wheat yield increased in Eastern USA and with the modified maps. And if you see in Europe, winter wheat yield increases all over the Europe instead of just in Eastern Europe. And the magnitude of increase is higher for the prescribed crop calendars. Now, in this, we are also trying to see how these simulations are compared to the observations. And for that, we took the observation from FAO EarthSat data and averaged the yield for 1991 to 2010. And figure A and C are figure A and B, A and C. Figure A is for spring wheat using the dynamic crop calendar, and figure C is for winter wheat using the dynamic crop calendar. And if you see, if winter wheat is overestimated, so the difference of winter wheat for the CLM simulations and the observations are plotted in F, the figure F. And winter wheat, if you see, winter wheat is overestimated over the, I will say North America. And if you see the Europe region, the winter wheat yields are underestimated. Talking about spring wheat, so this is very interesting. In the temperate regions, if you see like North America and some parts of Russia, the spring wheat is overestimated. And in the tropical regions, for example, you see India, the spring wheats are like really underestimated. We are comparing the CLM simulations with the observation for prescribed crop calendars. And here, the same pattern is there, but for spring wheat, But for winter wheat, there's a difference in pattern. So the winter wheat representations are improved over Eastern Europe. So if you see the change in yield or the difference in yield is not very high. However, the patterns for North America remains the same. It is a bit overestimated. And for Eastern Europe, the winter wheat yields are underestimated. And there is so it seems like there is a regional the crop for both spring wheat and winter wheat, there is a regional differences in their performances. So just to see we have added the winter wheat parameterization. There's a new surface data set. We have also we have also now used, there's a spatial variability in sowing and harvesting date. So what else can be included to improve the performances? So this is still an ongoing work, and we are trying to do site simulations for, we have site simulations over Europe, USA, China, and India, and then try to see how the optimized parameterizations are different for the different crops and different sites. And for that, I have taken the two studies here. One is both Yacheng et al. And second one is Baos et al. So they have both simulated winter wheat. The only difference is Yacheng et al. Used US-based sites to calibrate and get the optimized parameter values, and Baos et al. Used the Europe-based sites. And if you see the highlighted parameters, they have different values. So it shows that if you optimize the parameter, try to optimize the parameter value using different site data, the values for those parameters are different. So, and there was a study by Sinha et al. She used E3SM crop model to show that it is very, when she used a spatially varying parameter set, the improvement in flux data and yield was like really good. So this again shows the importance of using a spatially varying parameter value. Main takeaways from this study is like we simulated winter and spring wheat using new surface data set, new process for the winter wheat, and also a prescribed crop calendar. In some regions, winter wheat and spring wheat both improved. For example, spring wheat improved in parts of India, but not wholly parts of India and parts of Europe. But there's a huge spatial variability. So it becomes very important to use a spatially variant crop parameters to improve the representation of croplets. Yeah, thank you. And
I have one. Have you had a chance to look at how actually growing winter wheat in the right places changes energy budgets for those regions?
no, I have not, but we are looking into it. When we are doing the site simulations, we're also looking in how it changes the energy budget.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. Great. Sam, do you want to go next? Our next speaker is Sam Rabin, who's going to give an overview on crop model developments. Hello. What's the trick? I don't advance this. That's your pointer. There it goes. Okay. And the pointer's on the top. Is it? Sweet. Yeah. Okay. Hi. Like Will said, I'm Sam Rabin. I'm a software engineer here in the terrestrial sciences section, and I work mostly on the crop model. So I'll just be telling you about some advances since the last CTSM plus big CTSM release and what we're looking at for the next one. If you were at the land model working group in March, sorry, this is going to be very repetitive. So maybe just check your email or something. This is new though. Donica contacted me last week. Donica Lombardazzi, who used to be at NCAR, is now at CSU. She and I are going to revive the CTSM agriculture mailing list and discussion group. So if you're interested in joining that, you can go to that tiny URL or email one of us, and we'll get that going. Planning to revive it in the fall, starting with probably monthly discussion groups, talking about overview of everyone's work, and then going deep dives and maybe transitioning to quarterly as needed. All right, so like I said, I'll be covering changes since CTSM 5.0. So CTSM 5.1 introduced bioenergy crops. CTSM 5.2, which was just a few months ago, we introduced a bunch of stuff.
Two big improvements that are targeted for CTSM6 are improved crop fire, so some bug fixes and behavior improvements, and also improved crop calendars. Won't be able to talk about the improved crop fire stuff today, it's still in progress. Narinder Reddy, who Jody also mentioned, has done some really cool work improving Indian wheat and rice parameterizations. And, speaking of regionally varying parameters, that's something that's really useful for those kind of runs. That paper's been submitted. And then after CTSM6, we have a whole bunch of exciting stuff coming in, hopefully. New irrigation techniques from Yi Yao, Jody's winter wheat work, possibly some improvements to residue removal, which I'll talk about. And then Shannon DeRose in Belgium has started a project to improve how heat stress affects crops. So we're looking forward to seeing that work progress. All right, first I'll just briefly talk about bioenergy crops. So we're introduced a while back. It's two kinds of crops, miscanthus and switchgrass, so C4 and C3 grasses. They uptake more carbon than a maize soy rotation, and they evapotranspire only a little bit more. So that's cool. And that's, one of their main selling points as a real world crop, but they're actually not in the CTSM land use inputs at this point. As far as I know, Peter, if that's, no plans to change that. But if you're interested in doing work with bioenergy crops, you can. All right, going into CTSM 5.2, this will be most of the presentation. Really quick, added some new outputs just for convenience because I got to in-car, started working with CTSM, got annoyed and added inputs that I wanted. You can go to that URL. This is all linked in the presentation. You can download it later. I won't go into detail here. Peter for 5.2 improved crop distributions in CTSM. So here we're looking at maps of temperate corn and spring wheat going from CTSM 5.1 to 5.2, and the color represents the change in percentage of the grid cell that each of these crops take up. So you're seeing kind of regional shifts in both of these on the order of 10-15% in some places. So can be pretty significant. Those are two of the biggest crops, obviously. If you're looking at, rice also very big on the right here, cotton on the left, actually saw some of the biggest regional changes as well. So if you're interested in those crops, keep an eye out for that. Also added tillage in CTSM 5.2. This was work that Mike Graham led a few years ago, and in the past year, we've just brought it into the main branch. The way it works is tillage works as a multiplier on the decomposition rate in the top 26 centimeters of soil. And there's just a table it looks up and it says how many days has it been since you planted, and then what kind of what soil pool are you looking at, and that gives you the multiplier that you need. By default, we have it set at the low intensity. There's also a high intensity, and you could theoretically add custom intensity levels if you wanted to. We also added residue removal, which was more work that Mike did. This was in his thesis. Basically takes the leaves and stem that are remaining after harvest, and instead of just leaving them to decompose on the ground, they get removed to a crop product pool, which is the same pool that, a corn cob is simulated to go to after harvest. It has a residence time of 1 year in the land before going to the atmosphere. Question was how much residue should be removed. I found this really cool paper by some former colleagues of mine in Germany who looked at, they developed this time varying globally gridded data set of crop residue fates, I guess. So are they burned? Are they used for animal feed? Are they used for something else? Are they left on the field? And so they've got this whole gridded thing, but we simplified that as a first step to just, all right, what are the sort of global averages here? And this is a time series. You can see it doesn't vary too much over the past 25 years or so. So looking at this, we basically added together how much is used for animals, how much is used for other purposes. And that means that 50% of it is removed. They don't add up to 50% because of rounding issues, but it's 50%. And so that means we leave 50% on the field. You may say, oh, hey, but actually it only says 44% left on the field. Well, that's because 6% are burned. And since CTSM has crop residue burning, just leaving it on the field, assume the burning mechanisms will take care of that. So again, that's also on by default as of CTSM 5.2. It makes a notable difference in net biome productivity. So with the black line, we're looking at so this is net biome productivity globally relative to tillage off and residue removal. So that's what the black line is at 0, neither tillage nor residue removal. If you turn on tillage, you get a drop of maybe 0.05 petagrams carbon per year. And then if you turn on residue removal on top of that, you get a drop of maybe 0.15 petagrams carbon per year. So that's like 7.5-ish% of the recent global average. So, pretty significant. All right, moving into prescribed crop calendars. This is an experimental work. Jody already talked about it, so I can skip over this, but you can prescribe sowing date and maturity requirements. In black, we have the observed global yield of corn and soybean over past 30-ish years. In aqua, we have the CLM default crop calendars, and in pink, we have the prescribed calendars from the GGCMI dataset. Not much difference for corn or soybean. Big improvement for cotton and sugarcane, and it's a lot worse, actually, performance for rice and wheat. So like I said, these are experimental. They're not prognostic. They don't change over time. They're just the same day every single year you get planted. It's often worse than the default behavior, and you personally probably shouldn't use these unless you have a very specific reason, like what Jody was doing. So why did I do it? A few reasons, but the idea was we want to force CLM with observed seasons to understand and improve our plant functional types. And so that's what I'm working on for CTSM 6 in the next month or so. The idea is there's an issue open on the GitHub you can read if you're interested in the details, but we already have sowing windows done. So now I have sowing windows instead of single sowing dates. I have sowing windows based on the GGCMI observed-ish crop calendars. Working on the maturity requirements part of this right now. It's a few different steps involved, but I've already got some PRs done or started on this. Going to need to rework maximum growing season length. There's some weirdness, especially with rice. And then, of course, we need to reparameterize once this is all done, because the parameterization that was done for 5.0 was built on the default crop calendars, which in some places are very off. And so we'll want to bring that pink line back down towards the observations before we release this thing. All right, I hope that was within time and not too fast. Thanks for your attention, and please do sign up for the agriculture mailing list.
So how are you planning to do the tuning, the calibration? What's going to be your strategy?
It's going to be a lot more manual than anything that Linnea or Adriana presented. First step is going to be just transitioning back to the CLM 4.5 parameterizations and just seeing what that does. And then after that, I'm going to start looking at probably some of the work that Narendra has done with Indian crops. And then it's going to be a manual method based on similar sort of work that Donica did for 5.0, where we're seeing what is looking unrealistic about these and how are we going to parameterize it.
Other questions? Oh, can you go back to the mailing list? Or the tiny URL that might take one to the mailing list?
No, I can't.
You can't.
I can't.
So
I don't have that power.
Is there any way we can get his slides back?
Thank you. No, right there.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for revitalizing DSM Ag.
It's going to be fun.
Yep.
We're on break.
Cool. I think there's a photo coming up. Yep. So don't run off to the bathroom right away. Or do run off to the bathroom right away because we're a little bit ahead of time. This time's open for discussion. I feel like some of the best discussions happen in the hallway, so I suggest we move them out there. They can go to the hallway. Sorry. Yeah, so let's take a little break now, and then I think we come back. Is it 3 that we're all back? I don't have the agenda in front of me. 3:30. Yep. Great. See everyone in a bit. Great. We're going to start the afternoon session by leading off with a couple urban talks. Wait, did I say, am I doing that right? Are we doing urban talks? Yeah. Okay. I should look at the agenda to make sure I'm doing this right. All right. So is it Kathy? But you're the second one. Does that mean you're first? Are you first? Who's first?
I'm on. I will.
Oh, you're Kalila, you're right.
Yes, so
This,
I couldn't
this
share
first one
my
is remote.
screen.
I forgot that she's from Manchester. Yeah. Yeah. Sam, do you mind closing the door?
Yes, thank you.
You see, she's there. Oh, great. Yuan-san, can you say something so we can see if we hear you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, great. Is there any way you can turn up the audio in the room a little bit? Great, we can see your slides. So if you want to go ahead and start presenting, that'd be great.
Okay, so I will start my presentation. I'm Yuan Sun. I'm a doctoral student at the University of Manchester. So today my topic is improving the urban climate adaptation modeling in CESM through transient urban surface albedo representation. And half populations live in urban areas and they are facing urban heat issues. To mitigate urban heat, there are several urban climate sensitive design strategies, such as white roof and cooling pavement. For example, the New York City has launched a white roof program past years. And the albedo is a surface parameter representing the reflectivity of solar radiation. For example, a high albedo at 0.9 could reflect the solar radiation by 90% and absorb the rest 10%. And we try to use the CESM to simulate the large-scale urban climate adaptation. And the CESM have a urban model named the CLMU. It's a single-layer canopy model, and the urban surface is represented as the roof, wall, the impervious road, and the pervious road. If we there are several studies already quantify the cooling effects of high albedo, and they run simulations. One uses the standard data set, and another one use with static albedo at 0.9, for example. However, in the real world, if we want to implement high albedo actions, for example, installing white roof, they are gradual process and they could not be completed within a single day. So we have to change the albedo over time. A traditional way of changing urban albedo over time is that we have to specify the inputs in each simulation. Once we want to change the albedo, we have to stop the previous simulation and change the inputs and create a new branch case and change again. So it's a rather time consuming and require manual works. We wrote a new module named the Urban Dynamic Albedo module. In the default occasion, the urban constant albedo are initialized at the beginning and it would not change through the simulation. And in some occasions, the model user, such as the natural scientists, the urban planner, and the policymaker, they may want to launch some adaptation policy and examine the effects of install white roof or the other high albedo actions, and they could use this module by implementing the transient albedo, and the albedo could read in as data string and for computation. So this is a user-targeted way that the users could decide the magnitude of variation and they could decide the time step of albedo varying. So by comparison, using the new module to read in the albedo string could simplify the simulation, and we examine this new functionality by doing some experimental simulations. There are two control simulation. One uses the static standard data, and another one uses the static high albedo of roof at 0.9. Two uses the transient albedo. We assumed the parameters increase by 0.01 per year, and the simulations run in the future SSP 3.70 scenario offline. And the one major result is that if using the transient albedo, if assuming the albedo increase by 0.09, the roof albedo could reduce the urban canopy air heat islands intensity by 0.009 degrees C, and this reduction is more than the counterpart resulted from wall and impervious road. So roof albedo increase could achieve more cooling effects. And to implement this result is that the heat is trapped within the urban canyon. And we also compare the implementation among different urban land units, and we found more reductions in tall building districts, as these regions has more roof fractions, so it could reduce more heat than the high density and mid density. And if you are interested in more details, please scan this QR code for the preprint. We try to get some implications for future urban design and planning. And one is that we suggest to give priority to increase roof albedo than the other surface, like the wall and the impervious road. And we also suggest to give priority to increase the albedo in top building districts compared to the albedo in the high density and in the mid density district areas. However, the high albedo is not a universal strategy for mitigate urban heat. There are in the high latitude regions, if we increase the albedo, it would also cool down the cities in winter, which requires more heatings. So the building energy consumption is another concern while implementing the high albedo. To look forward, there are many things maybe we can do in the future to modeling the adaptation actions using the CESM with the new scheme. One is that we could examine the transient albedo the cooling effects under different SSPs future scenarios. And we could also run full coupled simulations to see if its interactions with the atmosphere. And also the new CESM has the transient urban now, and to balance the urban land changes, maybe we can see its combined effects if we also have transient albedo to mitigate the surface energy. If you are interested in this, please contact us. And thank you if you have any questions or comments.
Great. Maybe while we're switching slides over, if there's any questions. Yeah.
Hi there, thank you. I would be curious about what you would expect from instantaneous albedo changes versus your transient slow changes. What did you learn additionally from these transient albedo change scenarios versus instant changes?
The transient change is forced by human man-made installation like white roof, and this is the parameters as the input, and the instant albedo is more like the actual reflect within the model. I'm not sure.
All right, thanks. Thanks for staying up late too to present to us late at night in the UK.
Okay. Thank you.
Kathy is going to talk next about her air conditioning work. Advances and the top one is the winner.
All right.
Like it goes back. Just hold it down. Eventually it shows up. Out there.
There we go. Thank you, Will. I'm Kathy. I'm from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and today I'm delighted to discuss the ongoing project of modeling building internal humidity and dehumidification in CESM. Unfortunately, these types of news has become more and more frequent. We know that extreme humid heat can be deadly. Just last week, several people from the US died because of a combination of high heat and humidity. The exposure to humid heat is increasing worldwide. By the end of the century, over 50% of many cities in the tropics, the population of, well, you can see this figure on the bottom right here, where they show that over 50% of the population in many tropical cities would be exposed to high humid heat stress. This makes air conditioning a very important tool to combat humid heat. Air conditioning not only cools the air, it also dehumidifies it. For more complex systems like the ones we have in this building, it probably has a dedicated humidity control, but even just for a simple window unit, it has a dehumidification effect. When the refrigerant carries the heat this way, the indoor air gets cooled, and at the same time, the excess water gets condensed and dripped out. This is why a lot of the AC units have drip trays or drip pipes. Maintaining indoor humidity is also important for human health. As we can see in this figure here, the adverse effects from different indoor sources gets minimized if the indoor humidity is within the middle range. And in fact, a study recommends that the indoor humidity be kept between 40 and 70% to minimize infections from indoor pathogens. But these processes are not currently capable of being modeled in CESM. CTSM, which is a land component, as you all know, has an urban building energy model. It models these heat transfer processes in and out of buildings and calculate AC and heating demand based on the heat transfer processes, and the waste heat generated based on the use of AC and heating will be returned to the urban canyon as sensible heat. But currently, the indoor air is modeled as completely dry. This is because ventilation only exchanges sensible heat. And the AC control is based on the indoor temperature. When it is below the set point, there's no AC use being calculated. When this goes above the set point, the model calculates an AC energy consumption based on this AC adoption rate parameter. We actually developed this data set and this modeling scheme, and it's recently published in James. It will be integrated into CTSM main soon, thanks to the work from many in-car scientists, including Keith, who's here today. But right now, the AC only cools the air and it does not dehumidify it. But the dehumidification energy actually can contribute greatly to the AC energy consumption in the buildings. Over 47% energy could be consumed if the same building was located in a more humid climate. In this project, we address each of these disadvantages by first modeling indoor humidity. So now the ventilation is able to exchange both sensible and latent heat. This allows the indoor relative humidity to vary according to the outdoor condition. And when the temperature is high enough, which means the AC is needed, we will evaluate the indoor RH compared to a RH set point of 70%. This is taken as the upper bound of the range that we saw earlier. And when it goes over this set point, we calculate the excess latent heat that needs to be removed, which parallels the sensible heat calculation. This means that AC now cools and dehumidifies. We assume that the removed latent heat is rejected into the urban canyon also as sensible heat. This is true for most of the AC systems, and it's also an assumption made by many regional scale studies, such as WRF studies. So now we will have the modeling capability to model indoor humidity and dehumidification. We looked at the effect of modeling indoor humidity, and that has very little impact on the results of the simulation. But when we include dehumidification, many key variables started to change. Here we have building ventilation flux that gets increased globally, and especially in more humid regions where they use a lot of AC. And as a result, the AC energy flux also increased. This is because we included now latent heat flux. This leads to a reduction of a small amount in relative humidity. This is also rather intuitive because we now included a mechanism basically in the urban area that converts latent heat into sensible heat. And our dehumidification leads to a small increase in urban air temperature. This is also expected because now you generate more waste heat because you're using more AC. We validated our results against an observational estimate of anthropogenic heat flux due to AC. We're focusing on the US here today because the global validation data has been scarce in this particular variable, and we have better quality data and model representation in the US. We see that without dehumidification, the total anthropogenic heat due to AC is underestimated, and we have a spatial correlation of 0.57. When including dehumidification, we improve upon this underestimation and also the spatial correlation. From here, we'll look at the AC energy demand because change due to dehumidification based on the 3 climate zones that we classified using the Coben climate classification. We can see that in arid and temperate regions, they have higher GJ temperature, but in temperate and cold regions, they're more humid. This leads to a higher AC consumption in arid regions in the summer, as we would expect because of the higher temperature, followed by the temperate region, whereas the cold region has very small AC consumption. We use the bottom row minus the upper row. This will give us the AC energy demand due to dehumidification only. We see that temperate region has the largest amount of AC demand for dehumidification. This is also understandable because we have more humid and hot climate in the temperate region. We quantified the contribution of dehumidification to the total AC energy demand. Again, temperate region has a fairly large contribution, also in the cold region. This means that although cold region has very small AC demand in total, But whenever AC is on, a large amount of the energy could be going to dehumidification as we modeled here. We also found that higher humidity actually makes AC energy demand more sensitive to temperature. Here we're looking at AC energy demand plotted against urban 2-meter air temperature for the JJA month for 2010 to 2015. And it's colored by the relative humidity. We see that without dehumidification, the distribution tends to converge between different humidity levels. But when we include dehumidification, the model now consumes a lot more energy for the same temperature, but in higher humidity. We further quantified this by fitting a line for the lowest and highest RH bin in each region. The lowest bin is represented by the darker color. Highest bin is a little hard to see potentially. It's a shorter yellow line. We see that the AC to temperature sensitivity, which is quantified by the linear slope, is about 1.1 to 1.6 watts per meter squared per degree temperature change in low humidity bins. And this number is slightly smaller for higher humidity bins, but we think that's because, as you can see, the response is kind of curved here, and higher temperature, higher humidity months tends to be lower temperature, and this cuts the slope at cuts the curve at a slower slope place. But when we include the dehumidification, the lower humidity bins, the sensitivity doesn't change really, but we see a doubling or sometimes more than doubling of sensitivity in high humidity bins. This means that even when the outside temperature is the same, your AC might have to work twice as hard in a more humid day. This is an ongoing project, and we're excited to explore future projections and look at how the response curve will change under warmer, but it could be drier or wetter climate depending on where you are. We'll also expand our analysis globally. This will hopefully give us very interesting insights into the global south, where there's expected to be high humid heat exposure, and we can look at their energy burden. All the results shown today has been based on the default urban data set, but my group has recently developed a high resolution urban surface data set that's led by Yifan, who will be giving this talk after me. So in summary, we modeled the indoor humidity and dehumidification in the building energy model of CESM, and we found an increased AC demand and its sensitivity to temperature in humid climate. This concludes my presentation, and I welcome any comments or questions. Thank you.
Awesome. We probably have time for a question as we're switching slides. Yeah, Dave.
Are you, I'm trying to formulate my question. Are you working with, people who are concerned about energy demand in the future? And, for example, this is clearly not incorporated into integrated assessment models, presumably. And so is there thinking about how this would affect the, projections of energy demand, and then how that's going to feed back onto climate change and the CO2 mitigation reduction needs and things like that?
Yeah, that's a very good question, a very interesting one. From my understanding, because I haven't done work with IAM, but I have looked into it. So they use a much more simplified building energy representation. They use, I think, heating or cooling degree days and then calculate demand from there. And actually, my first paper that recently got accepted looks at how that is actually problematic, and there's actually more uncertainty and elevated energy risks if you use the degree day method. So that's also in sort of my long-term goal, working in the climate energy nexus science part, where I want to further integrate, say, IAM model and climate model, and look at how, say, such dehumidification change would contribute to the emissions and then that fed back to climate. Thank you.
Thank you. And Yifan's our next speaker, sharing more work about the urban model. It is kind of have to hold it down. It takes a minute to show up. Yes, there you go. And you can point it wherever. Right there. if you want.
Oh, okay.
It shows up.
Hi everyone. I'm Yifan from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and today I'm really happy to share with you our project advancing urban resolving CESM via a new global high-resolution urban dataset. So before we get started, I would really like to thank the contribution from our collaborators, especially TC and Keith. So under climate change, we know that urban areas are disproportionately subject to climatic risks because of the elevated hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So despite this acknowledged importance of urban areas, the state-of-art Earth system models are suffering from a prevalent underrepresentation of urban regions. Even for CESM, which has a physically explicit urban scheme embedded in its land component, the current urban representation is still generalized and categorical. So for CLMU, a global graded dataset that describes the urban properties were developed years ago, but the globe is only divided into 33 distinct regions, and each grid cell is further divided into 3 urban density classes, including tall building district, high density, and medium density. So this kind of coarse-grained parameterization would hinder models' fidelity in projecting urban climate and in examining the variability within and across nearby urban areas. So inspired by this urban parameterization scheme in CLMU, we have built a global 1 kilometer continuous urban surface property dataset. So for each urban land unit, it's modeled individually as 5 columns, including roof, shaded and sunlit wall, impervious and pervious road. And our new dataset has included 3 categories of parameters that represents the radiative thermal properties of each individual facet, as well as the morphological parameters that describes the urban canyon. So we leveraged the remote sensing imageries with the multi-source derivation method to prepare the dataset at 1 kilometer resolution. We start off with the building footprints dataset as well as the ESA world cover to generate a 10-meter resolution segmented urban surface imagery based on which we calculated the fractional variables. And the radiative properties majorly come from these 2 satellites, Aster and Sentinel-2, where we combined the existing product and our conversion algorithm. So based on the building level roof height model that built by one of our collaborators, we were able to utilize the infinite straight urban canyon model to calculate the canyon height to width ratio. The thermal properties remain to be the same with current CESM because they're material based and it's more difficult to directly collect from satellite observations. But we introduced another new variable called air conditioning adoption rate to be compatible with the enhanced building energy model that has been introduced by Kathy a while ago. So with that, we present you with this new data set. We give it a name called USURF. And this data set is designed to support user-defined urban extent. So that's why we try to preserve as many pixels as possible in the process for the users to be able to apply their own urban mask and tailor the raw data set to fit into their own needs. And this new dataset USURF has shown better spatial heterogeneity, accuracy, and this preserved heterogeneity can really enable intra and intercity comparison in an unprecedented way. And most importantly, USURF can support high-resolution urban climate modeling from global scale models like CESM to regional scale models like WRF, down to local scale studies using WRF Urban and requires high-resolution input data. So to make it easier for users to track changes in our future release, we have prepared the dataset with a 4-digit quality control flag, where the first digit is used to differentiate different algorithms. The second one is representing single or multi-source in a synthesized process, and the last 2 digits represents directly derived values or gap-filled values. That is our final high-resolution data product here. And for its specific application in CESM, we have added 2
CESM compatible urban masks to make this ready to use surface data set at 1 degree resolution, which is a standard resolution for that is commonly used for global simulations. And we have made this preliminary version of Google Earth Engine web app for users to preview the 1 kilometer data set and to extract the urban properties at a specific location by just clicking on that point. So please feel free to scan this QR code to preview the app. So simulation wise, we know that urban validation is kind of difficult because of the sparse distribution of urban sites. Now, thanks to the Urban Plumber project, which provides a collection of 20 neighborhood scale urban flux towers that has been harmonized over 50 site years, the urban validation at those sites become possible. So here we run 3 sets of single point simulations with CESM, including the control case where we use the default CMU parameters, and the detailed case where we replaced the morphological parameters from the actual site information provided by Urban Plumber, and the test case where we used both radiative and morphological parameters from our dataset USURF. And we're comparing the simulated results against the tower measured values. So here we're looking at the multi-year averaged mean absolute error, comparing the simulated results with flux tower measured values. And the blue bars are control, yellows are detailed, and red are test. So the shorter the bar is, indicating that the smaller the absolute error is. So we can see that for most of the radiation flux terms, user performed better than control, even better than detailed in some of them, and which is quite promising result for us. But we do notice that USURF didn't manage to reduce the upward radiation bias that significantly, which is quite interesting, and we're actively looking into it. We also ran 2 sets of land-only simulations. The first one is a 1 degree global run, and a second one is a 1/8 degree run over contiguous US, both driven by the high resolution Arrow 5 land forcing at 9 kilometer resolution. So here, the most straightforward output from this new data set that we're expecting is the enhanced spatial variability of the modeled outputs. So here we're looking at the 5-year averaged urban net long wave radiation, and it's actually more clear to see how the spatial variance has been increased in a high resolution run when we zoom into contiguous US and into specific locations. So ideally, we would like to run a global high resolution simulation, but now we're just leveraging the existing grids and resolutions. So since we have observed significant changes in urban surface energy fluxes, we would expect to see changes in urban surface temperature too, because they are closely connected. And we're comparing the test case with control, where we can see a near universal reduction in the urban daily average minimum and maximum air temperature and skin temperature. So to validate this cooling trend, we use the MODIS land surface temperature to compare against our simulated results. And on the left side, we're looking at the difference between the control case using default parameters with MODIS. And on the right side, we're looking at the test case using USURF with MODIS. And the bottom panel is the difference between test and control. And we can see for regions like US, Europe, and South America, the USURF dataset can help alleviate the existing warming bias in current CESM. So to summarize, we know that urban properties can play a really crucial role to provide reliable urban climate projections, especially at high resolution and kilometer level. So we believe that this new data set can open up more future opportunities for urban climate and land surface modeling. Our ultimate goal is to integrate this data set into next release of CDSM and combine the high resolution atmospheric forcing with the subgrid structures to run fully coupled global high resolution simulations. And another interesting data product that
Lin from PNL has developed is another global 1 kilometer land surface parameters that focusing on the non-urban areas. He will present in an ultra high resolution session tomorrow. And I believe the integration of these two data sets can really push forward kilometer level land surface modeling. Those are my references, and thank you for listening. I'm open to any questions or comments. Thanks.
Thanks, Yifan. Any questions about transient urban capabilities? Great, sorry. Get distracted. Yeah, sorry, Peter. Great presentation. I'm just wondering, I'm not a mister for future projections. Are you going to look at high resolution data sets as well? Or do you have a method for going for the future projections?
Oh, so currently this data set is temporarily static, meaning that we only represent the present day conditions for the urban surface properties. But yes, we are actually thinking about providing a time series data for contiguous US where there are more abundant data sources. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Great. Thanks. We should probably move on. Our next presenter is Fang Li. He's going to talk about ozone work.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fang Li. Today, I'll introduce our work on a new parameterization scheme for ozone-induced damage to vegetation. This scheme will be used in new version of COM, column, and IPDGVM. We start with some backgrounds. Since 1850, the ozone levels have increased by 40%. The plants are sensitive to ozone with the damage starting around 40 ppb. From this level, as shown in this figure, in this figure, you can see present day peak months surface ozone concentration are higher than 40 ppb over most areas in the world, making surface ozone the primary air pollutant threatening global vegetation. Ozone is the world's most observed pollutant affecting plants. Over past decades, the extensive experiments make the mechanisms of ozone influencing photosynthesis, photosynthetic rate, and stomata conductance we understood. They found ozone decreases photosynthetic rate and stomata conductance, and these changes will subsequently affect carbon, water, energy cycles, ecosystem composition and structure, and snow plant and crop growth, reduce crop yield, timber, forest, and even affect surface climate and atmospheric composition. There are two major parameterization schemes have developed to integrate the photosynthetic and stomata responses to ozone in global process-based models. The first one is proposed by CG. In this scheme, the photosynthetic response threshold is a linear function of ozone flux. Parameters derived by fitting observed relationship between cumulative ozone uptake overall flux threshold Y and biomass yield response. It has some limitations. First, it provides only response thresholds. rather than the optimal representation of this process. Second, its photosynthetic response parameters are derived based on observed biomass and yield response rather than photosynthetic response. So it assumes the process from photosynthesis to biomass are modeled correctly. It's unrealistic. Third, it assumes the photosynthetic response equals the stomata response. It's not true because there is also non-stomata stress. Fourth, the estimated parameters are model dependent, and they get observed biomass yield response only for crops, needle leaf choice, and broad leaf choice. The other scan is developed by Danik. This scan is used in CLM5. In this scan, the photosynthetic and stomata responses are different functions of POD 0.8. Parameters derived based observed photosynthetic and stomata responses. So it addressed most limitations of such a scheme, but it assumes the response function are linear. So it found statistically significant functions only for crop photosynthetic response and temperate evergreen tree stomata response. For other vegetation categories, constants are used. Second, similar to such scheme, due to no observations, the grass parameters use crops and shrubs use as choice parameters. To address these limitations, we developed a new scheme. Its construction include building database of observations and building response functions. First, we introduced data connection with quality control. We compiled observed photosynthetic and stomata response from peer-reviewed literatures. After strict data quality control, we get 3,496 data points for photosynthetic response and 3,890 data points for stomata response. It's the most comprehensive data set of photosynthetic and stomata response to ozone so far. Then we conduct data pre-processing. First, we calculate PODY if it's not reported. Second, for comparability of the ozone effect across different experiments, species, control air types, and dates within a given vegetation category, we calculate a relative photosynthetic rate and stomata conductance to that without ozone stress. Then we remove the data with fitting intercepts outside 0.9 and 1.1 and the data points at PODY equals 0. After this, based on the pre-processed data, we identify optimal function with the least RSS from two parameter linear and non-linear functions, and identify optimal threshold Y with the lowest regression p-value that is have the highest statistical significance. Through the above steps, we generate the photosynthetic and stomata functions, response functions for broad leaf choice, needle leaf choice, shrubs, grass, and crops. All the functions are statistically significant. After we calculate the response factors, we multiply them by the potential ones to calculate the ozone plant damage. There are three advantages of the new scheme. First, the dataset we used to generate response functions are more than 6 times of those used in earlier schemes. The large sample enhances the representations and enables the function establishment for shrubs and grasses, which are used tree and crop parameters in earlier schemes. And because the data are photosynthetic response, so the parameters are model independent and needn't assume model perfect. So this scheme is easy to be used in all models. And second, we found functions to represent statistically significant responses in observations for all vegetation categories. The table shows the statistical significance of a response function for the old scheme and the new scheme. You can see the new scheme, for the new scheme, the functions are, all of them are significant. So we needn't to apply function from one vegetation category to another, and needn't to use constants now. The third, the linear functions we built to depict a decrease in plant sensitivity with the increase in POD1, enable models to implicitly capture plant ozone tolerance variability and shift among species within a vegetation category. We test the performance of the new scheme in CLM5 SP simulations driven by EAC4 reanalysis of surface ozone concentration. The results show that using the new scheme, the ozone decreased global average photosynthetic rate by 9% and stomata conductance by 7%. They are around half of estimates using the old version. The new scheme also can improve the GPP simulations. It decreases RMSE by 11% compared to low ozone stress and by 12% compared to the old scheme. And also, using the new scheme, we estimate that ozone decreased global GPP total by 13%, and using the in CLM5 0.0 and 9% in CLM 5.2. The older scheme estimate the GPP decrease to unreasonable high levels. And the difference between schemes is even higher than the difference between simulations with and without ozone stress. We listed some further development directions and possible applications of the new scheme. I haven't the time to read them. You can find the detailed information in the paper, and okay, that's all. Thanks, and happy to take questions if I have time, and welcome cooperation. Thanks.
Probably need to move on in the interest of time.
Oh, okay.
It's great to hear about your work.
Yeah, we can
talk in the
contact by email.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks. I think our next presenters online is Maruf. I don't see Maruf here. Do you see Maruf online? There he is. Awesome. Do you want to share your screen? Great. Yeah, go ahead. And yeah, in full screen would be great. Oh, we can't hear you, Maruf.
Hello, everyone. Absolutely honored to address the audience. I'm a PhD candidate at Auburn University and currently working with Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. The talk I'm giving today is about effects of climate forcing, uncertainty, and persistence on soil moisture memory process. Just a quick refresher, soil moisture memory indicates how long a soil moisture anomaly persists or dissipates over time. Soil moisture is one of the observable state variables of a complex system. These variables and external forcings leave an imprint on soil moisture dynamics. That can be described by soil moisture memory. If a wet or dry state has developed, then soil moisture memory measures how quickly it returns to normal state or how long the anomaly lasts. We know that equation 1 is a water balance equation. S is root zone soil moisture, P is precipitation, E is evapotranspiration, and R is a runoff. So E and R can be taken as a function of soil moisture, and precipitation can be considered as white noise, which is epsilon here. Water budget equation can be formulated as first order Markov process. Soil moisture anomalies is modeled as a univariate red noise process. And here we calculated soil moisture memory by fitting an exponential decay best fit curve to the model autocorrelation values. And soil moisture memory is a land surface characteristic that can vary spatially depending on soil type, vegetation, and topography. So here are some of the key unknowns of soil moisture process. Researchers found that generalizing conclusions across different climate models is difficult due to the differences in model complexity and parameter uncertainties. Sensitivity analyses indicate that memory estimates and their uncertainty depend to a significant extent on key hydraulic parameters like hydraulic conductivity, and they are used to parameterize various processes in land surface models. And it suggests that the models do not represent the memory as exists. Also, atmospheric forcing is responsible for soil moisture memory uncertainty, and soil moisture to precipitation feedback is also responsible for SMM uncertainty. Some model or forcing have stronger precipitation to soil moisture feedback, and some model or forcing, they don't have that. And the last two key points are our concern of this study. We addressed 3 research questions in this study. Our first research question is, given a land surface model, to what extent is SMM affected by the persistence in the atmospheric forcing drivers? And to address these questions, we developed randomized atmospheric forcing driver experiments. Our second research question is, how does uncertainty in atmospheric forcing driver impact SMM, and why? And to address this question, we developed 2 control models. One control model forced by CFSR version 2, and another control model forced by GSWP3 forcing. And finally, we evaluated the performance of CESM2 large ensemble. Now, what does the randomized run means? In the control runs, we do not remove the monthly serial in the forcing files. We maintain the monthly serial. But in the randomized runs, we remove the monthly serial in the forcing files. For example, when the simulation year is January 1980, it is using the forcing file of January 2018 in the next month, when the simulation year is February 1980, it is using the forcing file of February 2009, and it goes on. Finally, when the simulation year is December 2022, it's using the forcing file of December 1987. So actually, we distributed the forcing files randomly in the simulation year. And we developed one control run and 10 ensemble runs using randomized forcing from GSWP3 and CFSR for atmospheric forcing. So here's the result from our research question 1. Randomized atmospheric forcing decreases soil moisture memory considerably in CFSR force run. The left panel is SMM during JJA from the control run forced by CFSR, and the right panel is SMM from CFSR randomized run. And SMM unit is in months. We can see that there's a significant decrease in memory in randomized run. SMM is more than 5 to 9 months in La Plata Basin, which is in South America, Congo Basin, which is in Central Africa, Southeast Asia, and Indonesia. Whereas randomized runs show very low value. And if we especially focus on La Plata Basin and Congo Basin, SMM is reduced by 67% and 74% in these regions. However, SMM decrease is less substantial in GSWP3 forced run. From the figure, we can clearly see that the difference between the control and the randomized run is not very evident. The same regions, like La Plata, Congo, Southeast Asia, Indonesia, show a big difference in CFSR run, like we see in the previous figure. But in the GSWP3, the same regions show very small differences. And if we look at La Plata and Congo Basin, SMM is reduced by only 21% and 11% in that regions. So here is a result of our second research questions. Forcing uncertainty significantly impacts SMM estimates. SMM is higher in CFSR than GSWP3 forced run. The left panel figure shows the CFSR control run during JJA, and the right panel shows GSWP3 control run. And we can see a significant difference between these two control runs. Everything is same, just when we change the forcing, there is a significant gap and difference between the soil moisture memory. For example, SMM is 11 and 14 months in La Plata and Congo Basin from CFSR forced run. However, SMM is 4 and 3 months in the same region, La Plata and Congo Basin, from GSWP3 run. And most of the wet regions show high SMM value in CFSR run than GSWP3 run. So why there's a big difference between the two control runs? We hypothesize that stronger soil moisture to precipitation feedback can lead to a higher SMM in CFSR than GSWP3 runs. This is a 1-month lead lag correlation between precipitation and soil moisture. Here, precipitation is in lead and soil moisture is in lag. It is evident that soil moisture to precipitation feedback is considerably stronger in CFSR forcing than GSWP3. If we look into La Plata Basin and Congo Basin, correlation is 0.06 and 0.05 in GSWP3 run, whereas it increases significantly, which is the correlation is 0.21 and 0.44 in the same region, La Plata and Congo Basin, in the CFSR run. And finally, we compared the soil moisture memory with CSM2LE. The top panel shows the SMM of 100 ensemble members of CSM2LE. And the bottom panel shows the difference of SMM between CSM2LE and GSWP3 and CFSR control runs. Stippling shows the SMM is in the reference data is outside the 95% range across the 100 ensemble in CSM2LE. When comparing with CFSR run, CSM2LE underestimates SMM, but shows more or less consistent when we compare the result with GSWP3. SMM is 14% and 33% higher in La Plata and Congo Basin when we compare our CSM2LE with GSWP3. And it is 57% and 58% lower for La Plata and Congo Basin when we compare with CFSR run. So here you can see that if we compare the CSM2LE with CFSR, it indicates that CSM2LE underestimates soil moisture memory. So here's a summary of the key findings. SMM, we can say that SMM is a coupled climate system metric. The SMM estimates significantly depends on the atmospheric driver uncertainty, and there is up to 70% reduction in SMM due to randomization of the atmospheric forcing in the CFSR run, compared to 10 to 20% reduction in the GSWP3 run. And finally, the higher memory in the CFSR run is attributable to the stronger soil moisture and precipitation feedback mechanism. So that's all from me. Thank you for your patience.
Great, thanks. I think we're a little bit behind schedule. Are there any quick questions for? Yep.
Yeah, the camera so you can see. Thanks for that. You're attributing the CFSR to having stronger soil moisture precipitation feedbacks. I don't know that much about that data set. Do you know what kind of land model or what land was in there to begin with that gave those stronger feedbacks in the first place? Or is it a reanalysis product? Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
So could you please repeat the question? It's like which land model I used to.
Well, the CFSR is an atmospheric driver. And so if it has a stronger coupling, then presumably it felt that in the original way it was created. So how was that data created in the first place? I just don't know that data set very well.
We used the CFSR data set actually, then we randomized this one.
Yeah, did you know anything about how the people who created it?
I use it from the Anchor machine, and yeah, I don't know like how it was originated or created.
Great, thanks. I think we can switch over. So I took the liberty of moving my talk to last because there's discussion at the end and there's some input that I'd like from you all. So, and I couldn't get online to get the Zoom meeting. So if anyone is online and can like read the chat to the room, that would be awesome. Can you do that, Sam? Cool, thanks. Yeah, so I want to talk about some of our progress towards CLM6 and CESM3 and what feels like maybe not, so I was just in Crested Butte with Adriana on a project there. It's a terrible place to have to do work. And there are some really short, steep climbs on the roads and trails that I was on. And I kind of feel like that's what we have ahead of us is these like, and hopefully the views pay off. That's all I can say. Like it totally does riding around Crested Butte. And hopefully it does for the land model working group as well. And so I think it's helpful to kind of ground ourselves in these priorities. And so, largely the questions that the working group was asking are about ecosystems and especially carbon. But, with FATES, I think we get to think about ecosystems more as just more than just buckets of carbon. We think about food and food production a lot with the work that Sam and others have been doing in the crop model. And then we also think about water availability, water security. So we kind of, these three topics I think have been the core of what we've done for a long time. And then I added a fourth one here, and I think we have some real opportunity to start thinking about predictability. So the SPAT workshop that Yaga hosted this spring, and kind of a more energy across NCAR and thinking about Earth system predictability. And I threw up an urban picture here because I think we also have been forgetting about urban and some of the urban capabilities that we have, both in predictability space and in long-term kind of climate space. So I think those are kind of 4 areas that we really should be working on and thinking about moving forward. Along with that, this is where I end up spending most of my time, is not necessarily thinking about those kind of science questions, but thinking more about, how do we build the capabilities? How do we make the calibration? And then how do we provide the data sets and tools for people to ask the science questions that we're asking? And so that a lot of that falls on software engineering resources that we do or wish we had more of. And so I'd like to thank the software engineering team, because that's huge for us kind of enabling the science that we're trying to do. This is the one CESM kind of update slide that I'll provide. And so at the winter working group meeting, I talked some about this dead Arctic veg problem. And so old CESM3 kind of alpha, beta, whatever tags, preliminary CESM3 tags are shown on the left. The new version is shown on the right. The units here are for LAI, and the color bar is probably too far to see, but basically dark blue colors are dead grid cells, which is bad. So we went from a very dead Arctic in our old simulations, which was also common in CESM2, to a much less dead Arctic. And actually what I put as cranking. So anything, LAIs of 5, 6, and 7 in the Arctic are a little absurd. But Linnea already has convinced us that she can calibrate anything now. So this is a new good problem. She can calibrate living vegetation instead of dead vegetation. So thanks to Keith and Sam for doing a bunch of these simulations, and we do have 60% less dead Arctic vegetation than we did in the CESM-PI control. So I think the trick now is, as we kind of calibrate to get less pink on these maps, to also not let more blue from creeping in. That's kind of where we need to go at a very coarse level, to ask some of the permafrost questions that people are interested in. Okay, I just want to add this slide. You saw this already with Linnea's work, but in this kind of successive wave approach of tuning parameters in CTSM, Linnea and Daniel and Katie are working on ways of tuning these PFT specific parameters independently. So at these 3 iterations of history matching, they're moving from tropical LAIs that are north of 7 in the default model to something that's more reasonable around 5. And it's not just in the tropics that they're able to tune, so reducing absolute errors quite a bit, and doing that largely globally is very encouraging. So these are LAI biases forced with GSWP3 forced runs. One of the things that we've noticed about GSWP3 is that it's pretty dry in the tropics, and we're going to be switching to a crew JRA forcing data set as our default for CLM5, which is much more humid in the tropics and makes this LAI bias even stronger. So one of the things to kind of look for is, I think we'll probably end up, hopefully, with the capability of tuning the model to get reasonable climates for GSWP3 forced runs, crew JRA forced runs, and hopefully eventually even coupler history forced runs. And I think as a working group, we need to decide, like, what are we going to have as our defaults? We can calibrate, if we really can calibrate to anything, like what's real, like how do we know, how do we communicate with the community, how to use these calibrations best. You've also seen this figure already today, which is part of the advantage of going last. So I'm not going to go over it. This is work that Adriana shared at the winter working group meeting, and she took this kind of absurdly high FATES GPP, north of 150 petagrams carbon, down to something that's more reasonable. And there are still some biases in the tropics that Adriana mentioned, largely related to C4 grasses, which are just incredibly problematic, and a separate topic. But in this FATES Fates SP calibration, she's able to move things closer. And then Rosie's going to talk in the biogeochemistry working group on Wednesday about continued work that she's doing on parameter calibration in Fates BGC mode and Fates no comp mode. Was it Maria who kept throwing up these new metrics in the good, the bad, and the ugly? This is maybe a carbon cycle equivalent of a good, the bad, and the ugly type metric. And so this is work that Heather Graven shared also at the winter working group meeting, but that was recently accepted in Science. And so I just kind of wanted to give it a shout out, both because it's cool when CESM work lands in Science, and also because it's an interesting new metric for us to think about as a working group as we're calibrating to these global GPP products. So Heather put together this new radiocarbon estimate of the amount of radiocarbon that was accumulated in biomass in, I forget the year, 1964 or something. So kind of a somewhat arbitrary year, but that's what's shown. Well, maybe I can get to it. That's what's shown here is the amount of radiocarbon that's accumulated from this observationally based constraint, and then what CESM2, the CESM2, I think it's the large ensemble, but anyway, what CESM2 accumulated. So we're really underestimating radiocarbon uptake in the biosphere. What Heather went on to explore, and what this paper goes on to explore, so it's 1965, I guess, is when the bomb estimate is that the models that are able to capture the right bomb estimate actually have much higher values of NPP. So at values of NPP that are kind of north of 65 or 70 in 1965, which it would even be higher present day. I think one of the challenges then is, we've got these GPP estimates that are saying present day GPP is around 120 to 130 petagrams carbon. Heather's estimates for 1965 NPP are somewhere around 65, 70 petagrams carbon per year. And rectifying those two kind of observational data points is an interesting one to wrestle with. And then on top of that, what does that mean for biomass? So this is total vegetation carbon on the right-hand side. And we actually did a pretty good job getting total vegetation carbon right. But if we're increasing NPP to the levels that we think we need to get this radiocarbon signature, then we're going to have to increase turnover somehow. And so Peter's work with shifting cultivation should do that. We should be getting rid of more recently senesced carbon, or more photosynthate. We'll also probably have to think about changing mortality, which is another parameter I don't know if the PPE team has looked at very much. Mortality is 2% globally. Maybe that needs to change. Anyway, so it's an interesting, as we kind of thread the needle on metrics like GPP and LAI, here's some new targets that we can think about trying to hit too. Another kind of cool response, this is work that James Weber, James King, and others in Maria Val Martin's group worked on with Peter's help, was looking at kind of complicated Earth system responses to reforestation. This is another, kudos to CESM for getting a science paper out, but it also is a pretty cool study. So what they did was look at different reforestation scenarios and the radiative forcing from CO2 removal from these kind of aggressive reforestation scenarios show what you would expect, a decrease in the radiative forcing from the increasing CO2 uptake decreases the kind of biogeochemically active part of the radiative forcing. But then they looked at radiative forcing from other sources, especially changes in albedo, aerosols, methane, and ozone. And what you can see is that fully understanding the climate impacts of reforestation really does require this integrated Earth system model assessment. And specifically, the changes in albedo and BVOCO emissions from reforestation offset around a third of the radiative forcings from CO2 removal in CESM. So as we're thinking about these more applied uses of CESM, and especially a move to more emissions-driven scenarios, it's important for us to be able to think about the full kind of chemistry climate balance of the Earth system and some of the decisions that get made. And then lastly, to highlight a number of the urban model updates. So we heard some about the new urban extent and dynamic urban capabilities earlier today. All these improved urban properties really do kind of change the game in terms of how we're able to represent spatial variability in the urban model. And then thinking about explicit air conditioning adoption and now dehumidification. So thanks to the the Illinois group for those contributions and to Keith for leading that work. It's fun to see. And it's also the only Earth system model I know of that does this work. So it's pretty cool. Okay. I tried taking notes on Dave's slide when he was showing this. I knew he would show something similar to this during the talk, and I didn't quite get it all. So this is, fuzzy in terms of dates, but getting closer. So July 31st is what we're proposing for the CESM3 science freeze, which means we have a lot of work to do in the next 6 weeks to try to get, or 8 weeks, whatever it is, to try to cram as much science in by the end of July. Then the CESM3 code release is scheduled for sometime in the April to June timeline for next year. And then in between, between July and, this time next year, effectively, we're planning on doing lots of tuning, testing, and documentation. Everything beyond that, I can't even really think about right now. So I'm kind of going to focus at least my attention on the code release. But part of the motivation for the code release, as we heard again this morning, was that the CESM deck and the CESM7 fast track simulations are, we're hoping to do those with emissions forced runs, and so, as opposed to concentration driven runs. And so that kind of puts a heavy and exciting responsibility on both the biogeochemistry and land model working groups to do this and do it well. So I think that this kind of tuning and testing stage that we're moving into should be pretty exciting. So what's going to get in there? Well, a bunch of stuff has come in already, and I didn't want to make a long list of things that we've accomplished. Since the winter working group meeting, though, CTSM 5.1, that's too bad. No, 5.2 has come in, and we actually have a pull request open for CTSM 5.3 data sets. So kind of, which is just a refinement on the 5.2 data sets. So we've got new surface data sets that people are running with. They include the transient urban capabilities that we heard about already. We also have the hill slope hydrology work that was a kind of years work in the making that Sean and others have put together. That's on the main development branch, and a lot more. Some of the other things that we've said are required, and the people that are doing them. So Danny's dust work is close to the trunk, and Eric's working on finishing that off. Bill Sachs is going to be tying off the loose ends for negative runoff. The new ocean model really doesn't like negative runoff, and the ocean modelers like it even less. So Bill is going to keep us from offending the new ocean model any longer than we have to. And then we're also the land ice model has to do dynamic land ice, then ice fluxes aren't going to be passed instantaneously to the oceans. They're going to go through the river model. And so Mariana is working on a number of Mozart tags that Sam Levis will bring in to enable this interactive ice sheet modeling. A few other desired PRs include the matrix CN work, which is critical for the PPE branch. And so Sam is kind of just waiting, as far as I know, to be able to merge that PR. We heard from Sam Raven earlier today about the crop calendar work. And what Sam didn't get to talk about is his work with FATES LUH2 version 2. So he's working closely with Charlie and the rest of the FATES team to merge that in. The urban air conditioning is slated to come in promptly, and the Plumber 2 capabilities that Tegan's working on. We've heard some about Plumber 2. We want to make that easier to run off the shelf. And so Tegan's working on bringing that in. Here I got the number right, 5.3 data sets. Peter and Sam are doing that work. And then these last three, I kind of have question marks on about whether we'll be able to get them in by the July code freeze. So one is a soil NUC scheme that Maria Val Martin has put on, and I know the CAM group would really like to have that in. And I think it just kind of comes down to resources and time. There's some Megan updates that are actually relatively modest that I think we should be able to fit in, although I just read about them over the weekend for the first time. And then some fire bottle updates that Fong has that we're excited about, because along with running with prognostic CO2, we'd also, if possible, like to run with prognostic fire in CESM3. So having a robust fire model is important. This is a little bit complicated. I don't want to spend too much on the details, but what I'm suggesting is that the comp sets that we scientifically support for CESM3 are relatively small. I think this is a suggestion across working groups, but it's also open for discussion. And so, for example, an IHIST case would be, CLM6 with BGC crop. The default atmosphere would be Crew JRA, which is the same data set that uses Trendy. The advantage of using something like Crew JRA is that it gets through 2023. It'll get through 2022 or 2023, as opposed to GSWP3, which is done in 2014. So kind of gets us into this decade at least. The supported comp sets will have both SP and BGC crop options. The default river model will be Mozart, and then the glacier will be this data glacier no evolve feature that's relatively new to CESM. So the scientifically supported comp sets will have initial conditions, kind of evaluation done, diagnostics, and those are the ones that'll have named aliases. So right now, if you do query config and look at all the comp sets that are there, it's like 50 pages long. There's so many of them. And so the aliases will be much shorter with long name comp sets that are functionally tested or use at your own adventure, kind of thing. So the functionally tested comp sets will include things like GSWP3, DATM data, coupler history output, I think would be nice to provide. And then a number of people are using NLDAS for regional simulations. That's something I think we can at least functionally test. And then I put single point on there because both the Fates and the Trendy simulations are single point kind of supported comp sets that we'll be testing for. Then there's a number of land physics options that I think will be exciting for us to use, but that won't be on by default in the coupled model. So those are things like Fates in SP and no comp mode, hill slope configurations that are both SP and BGC, and then these no anthro simulations that are useful both for paleo and for just investigating anthropogenic influences on land processes. The MISR route will be available in CESM 3. It won't be the default. And so, and Naoki and Eric are working on having MISR route open or available, and then RTMs will also be available for paleoclimate applications. And then, some more exciting work are these Antarctic and Greenland evolving ice sheet models from the glacier. So this is just kind of where we're starting, and then I think we can build on these comp sets, especially with SSP scenarios as those scenarios come out and we release CESM 3.1. This is the last one I wanted to put up here. There was a little bit of talk about Cupid earlier today. And I think one of the challenges as a working group that we have is that Keith is maintaining the kind of older version of the land model diagnostics on Casper, but it really is just kind of limping along at this point. It doesn't have a lot of, it's an older version of the diagnostics package, and it's a little bit slow to run. And so I think Cupid is a pretty exciting way for us to kind of to jump into a Python era of being able to do diagnostics. Unfortunately, I think the ADF, the Atmosphere Diagnostics Framework, offers a lot of tools that we'll hopefully be able to leverage. And so just a couple of weeks ago, I started playing around with ADF, and it does offer ways of creating single variable time series. It does have some plotting functions, although at least right now those are all broken. Because the other challenge, and we haven't really talked about grids yet, is that the NE30 grid is unstructured. And so we either have to, as a group, decide we're going to just somehow interpolate the NE30 grid into a regular lat long grid, and we're going to do that all the time. Or are we going to, as a group, decide to adopt this UX array approach? And so this is just a simple example of reading in, you have to read it in a mesh file, you have to read it in a single variable time series, open it with UX array, which feels a lot like X-array if you're familiar with that. And then in one line, you can make a plot. That's pretty simple. You don't have to do any regridding. You can do all the weighting to do, global or regional sums and means with UX array. I'm a little bit partial to running down this line because it means we don't have to regrid anything. But I also realize that people are still going to want to run normal FO9 cases or normal 1 or 2 degree cases. And so in terms of thinking about how we do post-processing and diagnostics, I think a logistical challenge is figuring out how we want to support that as a community. And I don't have a good answer for it other than it's not terrible with the tools that we have right now. We just need to build them out. Yeah. And so with that, I'd like to open it up. Like, any thoughts? I'm humbled by the people that have done this before. So thank you, Dave and Gordon, for putting land models together that work. I'm optimistic that as a team we'll be able to do that again. But any questions or ideas that people have, I'd be happy to entertain. Thanks. Yeah.
Can I ask for an update on SLIM? I noticed you listed lots of land things, but not SLIM.
Not a lot of SLIM things. We decided that SLIM wasn't critical for the CESM3 release. Like it's not going to be on in the coupled model. And so, but we do want it functionally supported in the CESM3 release. So SLIM won't make the July cutoff, but it's definitely going to be in before the end. Yeah, thanks for asking that. Is that a fair assessment, Eric?
Yeah.
I think so. That's kind of you can't work on it now, but it's going to come in before we have the CSM3 release. Yep. And that brings up another challenge, I think. Like there's a bunch of stuff that we want, like features that we want to be able to enable. And between July and the release, like what kind of candy are we going to put in the candy store? Like it might not be on by default. But it doesn't mean it's not good science. And I think that's one of the challenges, at least for me. It's easy to prioritize, like, here's what's going into the land model for CESM3, all the deck simulations, that's easy to define. It's all the other stuff, especially for land only configurations, that's harder to prioritize how we allocate software. It really comes down to allocating software engineering resources. SLIM is easy to allocate because a grant came in and Eric got to allocate time to it. But allocating sparse resources for a long list of cool projects is tricky. Other questions or thoughts?
I don't really have a question. Just you're doing a great job of trying to manage a difficult situation.
Thanks.
I think, and everyone is doing that. It's like the whole system is intensely complicated, and the land on its own is intensely complicated.
Yeah,
and there's a lot of decisions that are being made real time. So I'm sure everyone here is appreciating all that work, but just want to acknowledge that.
Thanks.
I mean, the number of acronyms you are now comfortable saying.
I've totally been corrupted. I remember coming to my first one of these meetings. It wasn't that long ago, and I was like, "Oh my god, like, these people don't know how to communicate." And now I've like totally gone to the dark side with the acronym soup. Yeah. All right. I know there's a number of posters that are coming up. Thomas has a poster. Who else has a poster? Oh yeah, Felix has a poster. Oh yes. I don't what Kachinga? Excellent. Can you tell? Well, you can tell me about your poster later. I'm excited to hear about it. And I know Summer also has a poster. I don't know if they're together. Oh yeah. Sorry, what is it? Hayden? Great. Yeah, so there's a lot of good land posters. So I think we've got maybe a couple hours of mingling. Take a break, maybe in the rain. Is it still raining out there? It pass. And yeah, any other announcements? Go for it.
I just wanted to say, join us for the BGC working group on Wednesday morning as well. And as you said, Rosie is going to be giving a talk. There's going to be some interesting ways that land is interacting with the coupled system
Cool.
during those sessions.
Great. Thanks, Abby. Cool. All right. Well, thanks, everyone. I appreciate your contributions, and we'll see you out in the hallway.
We're working on it. I didn't want to say that. That's